Oh, if I have another computer problem, I'm going to start cursing in Latin. Sorry, friends. So we had a hard crash. Like I said, with the last stream, I was in the middle of really important computer maintenance. Windows is corrupted beyond all hope of repair. I was just preparing to do a complete, nice, fresh reinstall on my brand new hard drives, and it was gonna make the stream better and the computer faster when 3 in the morning, of course, we had to stop and said, oh my god, when I saw on the cams that the Tobias Peak lookout tower was probably about to burn down. So, excuse me. So I stopped everything that I was doing and went live with that. And about the 8.5 hour mark, a couple hours ago, the computer hard froze in the middle of us watching the amazing aerial work here on the circle fire that's by Wagner Valley in Stanislaus National Forest on the border of counties here. I think it was, what do we say? I say this county wrong. You know, that county that starts with a T. And looks like they're doing excellent work on it. I just turned the radio back on. And, you know, I saw a K-Max. There is a K-Max. And you know that a fire is doomed when a K-Max is around. That is the world's most excellent helicopter. It's hideously ugly and looks like a mosquito, but man, can it do good work. I was kind of waiting for the Australian firefighter's voice, but I don't hear him. But welcome back, guys. So, yeah, you know, Wildcat, we've got, and welcome back, guys, including Wildcat. I do think one of my solid states is ending at the end of its lifespan. And it's just time for it to go. But also, I think the crash happened because of Firefox. I don't even use Firefox, but back in the day when we had issues with the alert wildfire cams not behaving well, I tried alternative browsers and installed it, and I just caught my firewall catching an exception where it basically is trying to dial home and reveal things about my hardware, which is part of Firefox unless you really click a lot of buttons to disable that. And so not only did I disable that in the browser, but I caught it trying to get past the firewall as an outbound connection. That's not the K-Max. That's probably a Bell or a Long Ranger. We're looking for the K-Max. K-Max means this fire is doomed, of course. And then, right before this part of Mozilla wants to access the internet, in the event viewer, there's a whole spiel about how it couldn't work. So, best I can tell, that might have been the actual crash, which blows my mind. Who would have thought that Mozilla would crash your computer? So, hey Crosswave, hey, hello, how are you? So, I have Red Dead Redemption, but I haven't played it yet. Boy, I would love to. So, yeah, there's a couple of gamers that are awesome who help me run the show. Havoc's one of them, and Budgie, and, you know, gamers know how to stream. They're teaching me. Hey, Fisher, yeah, I'm trying to, this is the circle fire, Havoc. The campfire was the one that killed Paradise, actually. This is the one by Wagner Valley. So I see the word, yeah. Morris says, I got a new laptop. Wish you were here. Hey, yeah, maybe I can help you with it sometime. Oh, hey, Nunya. A hotspot flare up near Genesee. Any recommendations for a repeater to listen to firefighter traffic in real time? You know, we never had a good one for the Genesee area, but what we did listen to was, let me go back. I have a different dashboard. Glasson County Fire Special. That was the only one that ever worked. Nothing on the west zone ever really could be heard after a time. Air ops sometimes could be heard on Shasta SHU when they were taken off out of Redding. And since they took off out of Mather, we lost contact with air ops, and I don't think we ever found it ever again. And so that's part of why we couldn't cover the Dixie very well anymore, was because, well, we couldn't hear anything, we couldn't see anything. Once it left the cams, once it went over by Old Station. Now we could check the good old Dyer Mountain cam with a FLIR. Let's get out that old link. It sometimes looks at Genesee Valley. Now remember, oh, that's the Caldor one. But this one is the /Dixie, and yet it's showing Caldor. That's all kinds of weird. Is the Dyer Mountain FLIR down? Because that's Caldor FLIR, and you're supposed to just type Dixie at the end like this, and you go /Dixie, and it's supposed to take you to Dixie. Why does it just go straight back to Caldor? Well, that is weird. We go to home. That's weather node. But FLIR panoramic.
Motor vehicle accident, Dixie, Parsons Avenue across the East North Bear Creek Drive. Right. Medical aid, City of Atwater, 2655 Atwater Boulevard, apartment number 1.
Yeah, there's the Antelope. Dyer. Well, okay, that's it. I'm turning that on mute for a second. That's something medical when you hear those tones anyway. So that's a neat panoramic with the Dyer. Well, the alternative, if you can't see this, is you can go to the alert wildfire cams, and it shows Caldor and Dixie infrared. And if we don't have the movie picture version of Dyer and Antelope anymore, well, at least you can click on Dyer. And if this is still functional, this may work. Oh, you beat me to it. Awesome. K-Doc, you're on it. You definitely are awesome. So, yeah, Fisher Lysol says tones, check out number stations, it'll blow your mind. I have. That's all kinds of Soviet spooky. But the tones are for medical. There's it's an old school way of activating radios and stuff for the firefighters, because it always weirded me out in the past. I was like, what is that? Yeah, Nope Nunya, if you could get a scanner, that would be awesome. A couple people here could tell you what to buy. Now the 800 megahertz spectrum is what a lot of the newer technology is about. Now that is a $300 scanner, and it would be a good Motorola or a United. But the cheaper ones, the $30-ish ones, are available at Amazon that I got. And if they're ever down the lower frequencies, like the 400s, then you're golden with that. You would just need one heck of a super antenna, because the scanner range is, with their tactical, is about, well, as far as the eye can see, and that's it. It's, yeah, Fisher, yeah. One day with the variety show after the fires are over, I want to have a total spooky shows, where we explore the spooky things. And I don't really do paranormal or anything, but that's, well, not paranormal. It's grounded in reality and yet terrifying. So there's some sort of a Bell Long Ranger, or maybe it's one of the Firehawks. It's continuing to work the Wagner Valley area circle fire, which erupted earlier today. Now, if you guys didn't see the other broadcast, my last broadcast, you have to see the terrifying what happened at Tobias Peak, and my new, this is the current conditions, the latest ones. My new title is, Can the Tobias Peak Camera Live? It used up one of its 9 lives, but really it still could perish unless they come back and really batten down the fire protective sheeting that's on it, the aluminum stuff. If they really don't come and attach it very firmly, this thing could burn to the ground, because the fire passed through it. I'll just do the 12-hour time lapse and I'll tell you everything you need to know. This there's enough fuel and bushes around that didn't get consumed by last night's Wendy's passage. The Wendy fire is still all around it. If the wind reverses and blows it back towards it, the fire from the east to the west, this really just may not make it. Any one of the embers can just get stuck on that wooden building underneath a siding, onto any of the shingle roof pieces, which appear to be wooden and probably are the original 1930s roof, judging by the dilapidated state of the building. It really could burn down tonight. We saw the total annihilation of one of the outbuildings, a shed, and I think a snag fell almost squarely on it, just barely missed it, but then lit the roof on fire. Now that's Tobias Peak 2 cam. It was one of those things where I was gonna fix my computer, but then I saw that and I went, oh, okay, I'm going live. Here's the current view. And let's duplicate that. I'll show you Tobias Peak 2, which had the super dramatic burning down of the shed at the base of the hill. And here's the current Tobias Peak 2. That right there is the remains of the shed. Let me get the pen working here again. Where did it go? It's just a bunch of ash right now. So that is where the shed used to be. Let's do that 12-hour. Since the crash, I no longer have ready-made the more dramatic video of the fire approaching, but at least it has the demise of the shed. That was all kinds of sketchy. I'm really, really surprised that the poor 1936 lookout is still standing, but it really might not be in the future. Unless they come back immediately and hose it down and then reapply that wrap. I don't know what's going to happen. There's the remains of that snag, just continuing to kind of smolder into oblivion, and it's kind of strange how you can kind of see the fire consume it a little bit. but the fire is just out of view. It's not gone, it's not out. It is just beyond the ridge, and every once in a while we saw flames poking out. It's just invisible now that we're in daytime camera mode and there's so much smoke. Did I eat something yet? Yeah, I did. Hi, Bonnie. So, Wildcat says, I want to get ham radio cert, but it's not available in California. Really? Talk to J.E. Cat. I should probably tweet that I'm back online. I keep forgetting this stuff. Tuolumne. Tuolumne. Thank you. I will definitely forget that, but I'll try my best. So what happened with there is you could see how the bush is right next to the lookout tower, and there's the lookout tower at the top of the hill. Went up in flames and asked me why they allowed bushes to grow up next to it, but we saw pictures from 1999 where the bushes were growing up next to it. So they've had. It's not like they just didn't weed whack this year. They've allowed bushes to grow up all around the structures and for dead trees to gather around it for a very long time, which is absolutely reprehensible. And then they placed this retardant wrap on it, the aluminum wrap. And KDOC pointed out that the instructions clearly state that to secure it to the building, you need to secure it with things like chicken wire, and they did not do that. Not here, not at Dyer Mountain. And when Dyer Mountain Lookout was threatened, that stuff blew off too. So it just was infuriating. Like, it's like if you wanted it to burn down, you do exactly this. You leave standing dead trees all around the landscape. You would allow bushes to grow right up next to important infrastructure and equipment. You know, you wouldn't secure the wrap, and then the thing is, though, a building can be replaced, but not firefighters' lives. And they put the radio repeating system on the rocks, but never cleared away any of the bushes next to it, so the wires might have been burned through last night. This is the dramatic moment when I think the snag fell and shattered, and it was probably on fire. Either that, I don't know what's worse. The snag, and here's the two pieces of it. Here's this, and here's this. So it shattered in half if it just fell and flew through flaming debris on the ground, right up against the shed, and then the shed caught fire and became fully engulfed in no time. I mean, the camera doesn't show a snag and then boom. It just shows the aftermath of the here it is and here's this. And that little poor shed just burned to the ground. You know, with a $100 chainsaw, they could have removed that and just kind of pushed the dead tree down the hill. The Windy Fire's been going since September 9th. We see people running around the building in the cams, but they didn't do any of this basic stuff to protect it. It's just been infuriating. We are only upset because the Mule Peak Lookout just burned to the ground just to the north days prior. So they kind of knew that this was coming. Same thing about the Lassen National Park Lookout that burned down. That thing was made out of stone. So there's all kinds of questions about why did that burn down. The same thing with the Bear Mountain Cam that burned over just the other day. Yeah, Lake Shasta, they allowed bushes to grow right up to the base of it, and that's the critical comms that the firefighters need to stay alive. They need to know about emergency calls like, hey, the fire's approaching you. They can't afford to be deaf. And so they really needed to remove these bushes so that the repeaters wouldn't burn up, but they may have burned up, we don't know. So the poor little shed got it and eventually collapsed into a heap in no time. But the terrifying thing about the Windy is these were relatively mild wind gusts. and we ain't seen nothing yet. What happens when the windy is actually wind fueled, group torching and such, but a lot of the vegetation nearby was spared. So it was quite the dramatic scene, and it's just pure luck. Pure luck. This fire lookout has 9 lives, I guess. I'm just gonna play the rest out the way like an animation. It was pretty insane. So the windy fire is at Tobias Peak. There is no longer a shed on Tobias Peak. Long live the shed. I assume that was a tough shed. We'll never know. But we'll see. We'll see if Tobias Peak Lookout is still standing when I take my nap and wake up. It may not be. So the fire that's looking the best right now is the fawn fire. The winds are going to be less dramatic today and tomorrow than the other places. I mean, as far as the forecast is, the crazy forecast is that there'll be nutcase winds up to 45-ish plus mile an hour wind gusts today on the Caldor by Tahoe and maybe the Dixie and just some parts of it. All through the night, all through the day tomorrow, all through the night tomorrow as the new cold front comes in from the ocean. So that is current. It's a fire weather watch / red flag kind of couple days coming here. And so we may actually have very active fire at night, and that will be the best time to actually see the fires will be at nighttime. So, hey John, how are you? Irvin says now the fire cam is still in the fire zone. It's still live. Yeah, Tobias Peak 1 is. But there's some ominous signs that it may not have much longer to live, perhaps, because the fire is now to the east of it, and it's still smoldering on 3 different sides of Tobias Peak. See how all the fuels to the east are still primed and ready on the landscape. Once the wind, at some point it will blow to the west, it'll blow the fire right up back to this lookout tower. So it survived the night, but oh yeah, the fire is all around it, but only at nighttime when it goes into infrared will we see the fire, because right now we just can't see it because of the smoke. So that's been the roundup here. That's the current Tobias Peak, and we're looking much better on this circle fire. They completely ringed it with retardant earlier. Air Attack then said, hey, helicopters only. Try to extinguish it in the center and then reduce a lot of the smoke, and then dozers are already working on it. So they have road access, which Dusty was saying was a real good sign for it. Yeah, we've got multiple red flag warnings, and they keep expanding it. Thanks for the link, K-Doc. Oh, sorry. So I gotta sleep. I got good rest yesterday. Just still kind of recovering from the flu and not 100%. Hey, there's a helicopter. And so I'm gonna take a nap now. It's probably gonna be quite a long nap. The red flag day of tomorrow, I want to rest up for to see what's going on. I'm hoping that the computer's stable enough now to be good. If it ends, well, it ends. It'll only end if it crashed. Hopefully it won't. But I need to set up a multicam view, and then you guys, if you're willing to hold down the fort here, Mercury is currently in retrograde, and that's pretty spooky. Well, yeah, that's never good. So, as you can see, that huge amount of purple. That's, oh boy, tomorrow at 11, 50 mile an hour wind gusts off of Echo Summit. Just hold on to your butts. I keep checking on Tahoe, expecting there to be some really big heat signatures and not seeing a thing. But look at the wind gusts in the red, like by tomorrow at 1 p.m. That's all the way up past Susanville. If we were to trust the forecast, the Wildfire is looking the best out of all of these. Because look down there. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., 50 mile an hour wind gusts too, at the south end of the windy fire. So this isn't going to be good. So that's going to be a hard couple of days. And are we going to... Oh God, that says 55 and 54 mile an hour wind gusts for Tuesday. Now it'll have 0.01 inches of rain, 0.03. That's not going to do enough. So strap in. Monday and Tuesday are going to be super bad for the Caldor. And right now, when we look at Sierra Tahoe, we can already see a bunch of vegetation whipping around at Ham. So if we do like a 6-hour time lapse, look at the trees just sort of getting a little bit breezy there. The camera's buffeting around. So KDOC says Greater Lake Tahoe and Truckee area have their own unique red flag warning message. This is how important they're taking this. Yeah, they had a pretty sobering safety meeting this morning too. Rhonda V. Hey, Rhonda. Good to see you. More royalty here. I think I heard you say Tobias Peak is 10 miles from Lake Isabella. Would that be north or west of the Kern River Valley? I could look at that. I really don't know my Central and Southern California very well, so we could take a look. I'm just confounded that, okay, we have a heat detection, sort of north of Cookwood, so it is alive there. We can look at Week Springs again. If we go to Kern Valley, yeah, that's just north of Woodford Heights, and the Windy Fire is headed that way. But it's not in immediate, as in like tonight danger, but ultimately it's not good. The Windy Fire is explosive in its growth and not even wind driven, and when it gets winds, it just might meet the French fire scar, and who knows what's going to happen. So, but yeah, it's Lake Isabella is at 10-ish miles to the south, and so we can't really trust any of the weather reports. It's just at a lower elevation and too far away. But that's where most of the wind, and forecast is coming from, the quote nearest weather station. When I look at NOAA weather, National Weather Service, there's a startling lack of weather stations in this part of the Sierras. So mostly it's guesswork by algorithms about what kind of wind speeds we're actually experiencing. The best way to check is really look at the cams and look at how fast smoke is moving around. Look and see if vegetation's whipping around. I mean, this is very primitive, but about the best we can do. So Lori says off to bed, checking back in 8 hours. Good night. Yeah, good night, Lori. So Deanne Commons says prayers up to everything and everybody in the path. Thank you. We're gonna need them. We'll need all the divine intervention that we could basically get. So Randy McKendricks is currently Fort Jones is 86 degrees, 11% humidity, hazy, good breeze from the southwest with clouds of locust tree leaves. Whoa. So, yeah, is that what you linked? KDOC was the special weather message. Red flag warning in effect from midnight. Shirley Peak is, I mean, you can see the windy fire from Shirley Peak pretty often. And let's look at the circle fire, which they're still kind of dumping on with helicopters. Red flag warning in effect from midnight tonight to 5 a.m. Tuesday for gusty winds and low humidity for the greater Lake Tahoe and Truckee area. Changes upgraded the fire weather watch, extended timing, area affected Fire Zone 272, Greater Lake Tahoe and Truckee. Winds southwest to west, 15 to 25 miles an hour. That's sustained. With gusts up to 40. Wind prone areas could see gusts up to 50 miles an hour, on Monday night. Humidity 10 to 20%. That's not great. It's not terrible. Actually, it is terrible. It's almost single digits. Relative humidity will increase Monday night to near 40%. That's not really a great humidity recovery. Duration 3 to 7 hours of critical fire conditions Monday afternoon. Gusty winds will last for over 24 hours in a row. Impacts. The combination of gusty winds and low humidity can cause fire to rapidly grow in size and intensity before first responders can contain them. Remember, this is a special update concerning Tahoe. Precautions. Avoid outdoor activities that could cause a spark. For God's sake, please avoid outdoor activities that could cause a spark. Do dry vegetation such as yard work, target shooting, or campfires. Follow local fire restrictions. Check weather.gov/Reno for updates. And visit livingwithfire.info for preparedness tips. Yeah. Thank you, KDOC, for that special bulletin. So, I'm going to get as much rest as I can because tomorrow is going to be fasten your safety belts, turbulence ahead. And or grab your sick bag and, So, yeah, Crosswave, it's because of a technical error that I have to solve with YouTube. I have to do that whenever I have the free time, which I don't have the free time. So, the whole fixing the computer thing. I've got a bunch of new parts ready to go in, and I don't have any free time to do it because it would be wrong to take the computer down during red flag conditions. That's when I think I might have 2 days in a row of less fire activity, just something happens. Like tonight, last night, the Tobias Peak camera has to be recording the craziness. The day before yesterday, we have to have the arson crap going on at Shasta. Today, we have to have a new fire going on here, and then red flag warnings at Tahoe. So, no rest for the wicked. Any mention on the Haines Index for the windies? Randy, that's a good point. I was just reading their update that they just posted. They will have a virtual community meeting tonight. They said the current situation is that the windy fire is at 78,428 acres, 2% containment. It's burning in the Tule River Indian Reservation, Sequoia National Forest, including the Great Sequoia National Monument. Due to extreme drought conditions, the fire perimeter increased over 7,000 acres in the last 24 hours. Yesterday, the most intense activity was on the southwest side in the Sugarloaf and Pine Flat areas, which was reported that several homes were damaged. When it is safe, damage assessments of the property will be completed. We were watching nervously how there was a lot of heat detections over there. Last night, Fighters completed a defensible firing operation around Sugarloaf to stop the fire from advancing into that residential area. Like I said, Hail Mary pass for those structures, and I'm glad that they did it. That's what we were speculating about that would happen, and that's kind of what they were hinting at. So when the west winds blew the fire to the east, it was I was saying that was a perfect time to light the landscape east of the California hot springs and Sugarloaf on fire, and they did it. Good job. So hopefully when the fire goes back towards the west, it'll reach scorched earth and be a lot easier to handle. So today the highest priority continues to be structure protection in California hot springs, Sugarloaf, and Pine Flat. In the south and southeast side, the fire is very active around Tobias Peak, understatement of the year, and continues to move east towards the Kern River. Firefighters will be working in the Fairview area, clearing around the structures. They are also working along Sugarloaf Road and providing structure protection in the Vincent Tobias Meadow area. Crews are scouting the Tobias Creek Trail for potential containment line. On the west side, fighters continue to construct direct and indirect lines utilizing dozers from the Lone Pine Mountain north to Wheaton. Crews will be conducting a defensible firing operation supported by retardant dropping aircraft along the 2 1/4 road to contain the fire as it moves towards Wheaton. On the north side, crews continue to construct and improve containment lines along the Coy Flat Road, which is over there by Camp Nelson, and northeast to Coy Flat. Crews and structure protections are in place at Camp Nelson and in Mountain Air. On the northeast side near Ponderosa, crews continue holding and improving the line from Western Divide Highway east to Lloyd Meadow Road. On the east side, along Lloyd Miller Road, crews continue to strengthen the containment line, extinguish any hot spots like burning trees and stumps south to MT-99. Weather. Incident meteorologists are forecasting increased winds this afternoon with gusts 15 to 20 miles an hour, which will lift the smoke inversion, which is the smoke blanket, and increase the potential for plume-dominated fire activity in long-range spotting. Evacuation orders. They could change suddenly, so please refer to tulare-county.ca.gov/emergencies for the Windy Fire evacuation map, which is the link. That link is in the description of this channel. And for more information, you can always call 211. There's a cool hotline set up for seniors only, which is awesome. I hope they have it listed down here. I don't think they did. Oh, here it is. The senior hotline is 1-800-321-2462. So for seniors only and who may need special care evacuating and help, you can dial 1-800-321-2462 in Tulare County. Everybody else, call 211 for general info. I really respect the amount of community outreach they have and the communication and skill that people have reaching officials. This is really good. So the map is visible there, and KDOC has your links, and so do other people in chat. So looking back up and looking at chat, did I miss something? Frank Presley says the Fawn AM briefing said there are a couple of days to get ready for a front from the north, so get it done. Yep, it's looking better. We can barely see the Fawn fire on cams, so I'm not even checking them. It's just wispy smoke. That's it. And tonight at 6 is the windy meeting, and I'm sorry I'm going to sleep right through it. I've got to get some sleep. So that's the latest on the windy. Here's an update on the smoke situation.
For the last 10 days or so, and For today's smoke update, we're going to see more of the same, unfortunately. We really just are sitting in it. It's been a busy fire. It's been productive. Smoke has been staying in the area. We've been seeing the highest concentrations around the Tule River Reservation, Sherman Pass area, Johnsondale, and Kernville. And then other areas around the fire being impacted as well. We can look forward to Tuesday when a cold front should be coming through. That's going to bring some gusty, breezy winds. That's going to help clear out the smoke. It's going to provide better ventilation and better smoke dispersion. So unfortunately, until then, we're going to be looking at a lot of the same, just smoky situation, haze all over. And again, looking forward to Tuesday. I do have a smoke outlook that I put out every single day. It is looking at 7 different monitors from Springville down to Porterville. We have one on the Tule River Reservation, Sherman Pass Road, Johnsondale, Kernville, down to Bakersfield. So if you'd like any more information, you can look that up on the California Smoke blog.
Okay, so that's the last video we have concerning that. And we've got some this is a progression map, and everything in red, that the idea is that everything of a certain color is the same night. So, wow, and this is not even accurate anymore because it's expanding so rapidly. So we've got a real tough couple of days ahead with this wind event and really no rain. So the best looking fires are frankly, it's the Circle Fire right now, the new one in Wagner Valley, and the Fawn are looking the best. The K&P, the Windy, maybe even the Dixie will have trouble with the high winds. The Caldor will certainly have trouble with the high winds, where they're just not going to stop. They kind of are starting today and ongoing now, going through the night. There's no nighttime rest. Going to go through the morning, go through the afternoon, and really be crazy tomorrow afternoon, and then go all the way through Tuesday at night. So we'll have to just buckle up and wait and see about that. So the Circle Fire looks like it's going great. The K-Max is on the scene, which means this fire has no chance. If you don't know what a K-Max is, it's the world's best helicopter. Oh yeah, that, my friends, is the world's best helicopter. It may look like a mosquito. It may only seat one. It may have this crazy, weird-looking twiddle-dee, twiddle-dum little hat for rotors, but friends, rest assured, wherever the K-Max shows up, the fire flees. The fire flees. Flees in terror from that little thing. It's like Scrappy-Doo, It has puppy power. No, we make fun of this helicopter every time we can, because it's so dinky looking, but it's one of the funny things on the channel. So, hey Bonnie, oh yeah, here's the Caldor and Dixie official donation. They need our help, please. Donate generously. Later, I want to have a proper. If you hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell, you'll know whenever I go live. And one day the title will be fundraiser, and we will do it proper, all the fires. But they're kind of not done. I mean, this is just keeps going. We don't have time to sit and do a long-term, day-long fundraiser like I want to, because we would have to interrupt it for all this constant new fire stuff. And I would hate to do the fundraiser and then other victims of new fires be like, hey, you missed us, so we'll work on that. But thank you everybody who's hit the like button and subscribe, because that helps the video and the channel go trending and helps people find us and find the information they need. So I really I really thank everybody here who's done that, and most people find us by individual links being shared in social media. So, oh yeah, Frank, we lovingly make fun of the KMAX, but it's one of the traditions here of really really harping on the ugliest of the aircraft. So, but they're often the workhorses that do the most good. So, I need to figure out a cam setup and then go and crash. So the last cam setup I had was pretty good. I had to figure out a radio too. So the top cams were the cams concerning the fawn. The next strip was mostly the K&P and Windy. I don't know that we need cams anymore in this circle fire because as cute as the K-Max is and the Long Ranger that's working it, it seems pretty much a done deal. The Tobias Peak is going to be the star of the show again tonight. I feel as it might be in jeopardy. So try to think of which cams we could. And Leak Springs we're definitely gonna need info on the Caldor. I think I'll just set it up fresh. So we'll go to Alert Wildfire, we'll pick tile display, search. So we'll go from north to south. We'll have 2 cams on fawn. So we'll do, let's see, is it Shasta Modoc? The best one on fawn's probably going to be Shasta Lake 1 and Highline Trail. So we'll do Highline Trail, Shasta Lake 1. Oh no, did I screw it? I screwed it up. Okay. Highline Trail, Shasta Lake 1. And okay, then we can go to let's go to the Caldor, which would be it's here at Tahoe and Leak Springs. There we go. The next one should be the Windy was here and Foothills. That would be Buck Rock 1. Bear Mountain Fresno 1 probably. And take a look here. Looking at it off screen. K&P. Mackenzie Ridge. Yeah, Mackenzie Ridge. Where to go? And Colville Mountain is kind of disappointing most of the time. Now, Blue Ridge can sometimes be okay, but let's focus on Windy. We'll need Blue Mountain Current too. King George can be good. Yeah, King George 1. Tobias Peak 1 and 2. Long live Tobias Peak. Shirley Peak 2. Alright, let's see how this looks. Okay. So, Fawn, Caldor. Wait, KNP, Windy. North to south, nice and clean. What do you think? Dang it, that link is too long. I'd have to shorten that. Of course. Would adding red flag warning for all of Monday and Tuesday text at the bottom of the video help? Yeah, I think that would. Thank you for the suggestion. So we'll type in red flag. Monday, Tuesday. Buckle up. Caldor. KNP. Windy. So I'll say cams. Cams are fun. Fun. And then Caldor. Then Windy. Oh, KNP and then Windy. Right. One Caldor and then center is Windy. Caldor, Windy. Bottom, Windy. I hope that makes sense. Hey, Alan, how are you? Antoine, hey, hi. Kathryn has taught some of us well. She knows the ropes. Hey, JD, how are you? What were we saying? Been away a couple weeks. Glad you're sounding better. Sort of. Hope you're feeling better, except those sniffles. Yeah, I'm just recovering from the flu. It's been a little bit hard. Been so much action has happened that I felt like pretty compelled to stay awake and cover it. So, yeah, Antoine says the KVACs have meshing rotors. Yeah, I know, but they're still ugly. They're workhorses. They do good things, but they're still ugly. They're ugly like a baby bird, you know. So, yeah. So, let's see. Okay. Alan T says more simple. Click toggle regions and it will display all cams for that region. Then just click on the mini pic of the cam you want to include. But that would be too easy, Alan. Yeah, K-Max is cute, ugly, exactly like a baby bird. Uh, so, I'm trying to figure out the feeds. Okay, Sequoia and Kings Canyon should probably just be left on. We started to hear action from Kern County fire departments last night. You know, there was they mentioned Tobias Peak, but only briefly. We're still kind of deaf to what's going on down there. I'm not really sure what to leave on for radio. We have CAL FIRE Tulare unit that could be on, but really they don't talk about what's going on in these fires. You have a suggestion? Play an endless loop of disco. Oh my god. We could play Stayin' Alive, and that would be the theme song of Tobias Peak. Let's see. And I'm gonna set this up so it looks a little bit better. Hang on. I gotta rearrange windows. But really, do we have a good suggestion for a radio? I mean, Sequoia Kings, Canyon, etc. is a good choice. I guess having random stuff that happens in Tulare County would be better than nothing. Yeah. I can test the loop now. This almost fits nicely on screen. What? I'm triggered. Come on. I need black on both sides. No. Oh well, that'll work. Okay, so that seems to work. We'll put it on a 810-second refresh loop. Boom. Alright, that works. Now let me make sure that the radio feed won't stop working. What? Okay. It's a very upset puppy over there. Don't need these extra tabs. Okay. Shut down tabs. Shutting down a lot of tabs. I got too many tabs. Okay. All right. Click, click, click. 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 All right, so we have Sequoia, Sierra National Forest, Kings Canyon playing. I guess we'll just put on Cal Fire Tulare. And I want them to say something so I can do a volume adjustment. I just may have to wait a second for them to do that. Carrie Z says Round Mountain Shasta cam is showing a flare-up. Really? Let me check on that. We do have the upper two left cams are the Fawn Fire. I'll take a look here. Round Mountain Shasta. Yeah, that's considerably far east. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Well, we do see some wind there, and we see some smoke. Hey, big hugs, Gail. I appreciate you too. Yeah, Tom Petty. Gosh, stop that! You're gonna get songs in my head. Cease, Ellen, cease. Okay. It's a pulse point alert. Okay, for Round Mountain Shasta. I just set up the cam so perfectly. So that is what we're looking at. We also don't want to joke too much about like soundtracks to fires, because then like 10 minutes later they go and destroy somebody's house and then we look like a bunch of jerks. It's I like actually horrifying music would be appropriate. Like I had randomly, it kind of freaked me out. I had a sort of like a random playlist on my phone. Is that a bird that just flew in front of the camera? And it went to Soap and Skin, Me and the Devil. And I was like having a nightmare about fire and woke up to that song playing, and that was kind of disturbing. So Ellen, is that a pulse point? And I know we do want to blow off steam sometimes and make jokes, but probably when they're not very active, that's okay. I don't mean to be like chastising or anything. I just try to let you guys know how you could appear to somebody coming in for the first time in the channel and they'd think that you were jerks, you know what I mean? I have to be told what I look like sometimes too. But Alan was the song, song I'm going to talk about. That was a bird. That was a bird. Let's go back and look at this bird. Exactly, JD, exactly. Hey, Eric Wolf, greetings from Europe. Well, thanks for being here. I'd hoped the worst had passed, but it seemed we were wrong. Well, California's worst fire season actually begins now. It's October through January with the Santa Ana winds and Diablo winds. It's always been like that. Summer fire season is a warm up for the crazy bad winters. So the Santa Anas are no joke. Yeah, exactly. The smoke on the water thing. Yeah, that's true. That's about one of the worst historical structure fire things happening. Wasn't that Monte Cassino burning to the ground during a concert because of an idiot in the crowd with a flare gun on Lake Geneva? It's horrible. So, where was the Alan? Where? That's a good question. Is this a new start, or is this the Fawn fire? We could be a spot, but I think it's the Fawn. We just can't tell. I think it's super zoomed in, and that's the Fawn. Because its line of sight goes exactly where the Fawn already is. I think we're seeing it look right here where the latest heat detections are, and where there's a bunch of structures here, which is really sad that are in danger, but they had favorable winds all day and all night. They mostly just blew it back into the lake with a little bit of eastward expansion. They've had good fortune on this, and that bought them a lot of time. We don't have a new heat detection of anything. In fact, I don't even think that's a flare-up. I think that's just the fire. It's still going on this particular section here. And that's just the fire's activity, if I had to guess. It's not out. But that's not particularly threatening. I mean, compared to what it was. Highline Trail has the hill on the way, but I'm going to leave the Highline Trail as the camera of choice because it can rotate and show a lot of what's going on, whereas Round Mountain Shasta is pretty far away. You guys can help the people keep track of it. You know, I feel like this is the appropriate amount of cameras. Everything else gets too small when we add too many. And the windy is going to be insane tonight and may kill the Tobias Peak lookout. We hope it'll live. So, Frank says it looks like they're going to let the fire bump the lake. Concern from the northeast corner of Bear Mountain Road. Yeah. So we'll see what goes on. But you know, I can't hear the radio like at all. I mean, that's probably because they have a good squelch now. And you don't hear like a constant hum or anything happening. I'm just going to leave it on and walk away now and get some sleep. And it's going to be a long night, a long day tomorrow. I should get as much rest as I can. My throat is still ragged. If I wanted to right now, I can't talk. This is a warning sign about resting my voice. This is day 75 of my fire stream. I've been at this an average of 14 hours a day. Pretty much every waking hour is devoted to looking at fires, and I reached a bit of an exhaustion breaking point the last few days, and it just told me I needed rest, and the stress levels is pretty high. I've needed to do some self-care. I've only had 7 days off the entire time. I don't know how I've been able to do this. Adrenaline is mostly the explanation. So, I Hey, the radio is alive. I'm at risk of losing my voice. Even radio DJs don't do shifts like this. They usually only speak for 4 hours and that's it. So, Katie Wilson said, just had another flare-up in Janesville. The third one in 4 days, but the firefighters are jumping on it so fast they're out within an hour. Good to hear that, Katie. That's going to be the name of the game, is these stumps and these roots are going to keep burning around the Dixie, around the Caldor for a long time. Some may even live through the winter, even if there's heavy snow. In the right circumstances, they're called a holdover fire. That's kind of rare, but not unheard of. It's now up to the community to kind of keep watch and look out and look around and report every smoke that you see by calling 911 and saying, hey, there's a smoke over there. The name of the game will be run around and put it out by the fast responding crews. Will I add the ZZZZZ on the screen? Yeah. That's a good idea. Thank you so much, Mods, for volunteering to help people. I'm asleep. I think it's really critical I get rest and stop talking. Most importantly, stop talking. So, thank you guys so much. I appreciate everybody. Hit the like button, please, to help the channel trend so that people, if there are news starts or anything that happens, people can come in and get the information they need. Hey, RJ. Hey. We saw that in Sutter County today and Butte County, there was some fires in the flatlands, I guess. But it looked like it was well within the rice field area, and I wasn't concerned. Heck, they used to burn the rice fields every single year. They're really flat, dotted with canals and roads. Super easy to contain, and we didn't have any cams, and so there was nothing really to do. But fingers crossed. I mean, there can always be a bunch of new starts, and that's why we want to keep this on 24 hours a day. Thank you so much, Mods, for being there for the people, and you're working for the public. So yeah, I am off to take care of myself. I'm going to sit here a little bit, eating in front of the cams, and kind of monitor and make sure that that everything functions well on the computer. If it crashes again, I'll just have to go and finally bite the bullet and reinstall Windows in the middle of a red flag day, but what can you do? The awkward thing was I was just about to finish the upgrades on my computer when the Dixie broke out, and it just hasn't been an opportunity, well, to even have 2 days in a row to really fix it. It's pretty easily fixed with the Windows install and minor hardware upgrades. It's just extremely time consuming to reinstall all programs and get them all set up, especially the ones for streaming. Oh yeah, let's have a Pepsi. And that'll get blood sugar to me. And then reconfigure everything. I can take some steps to make it go faster. And oh, my bread is moldy. Dang it. I can take some steps to make it kind of go faster, but it really would take a few days. Even if I spent all day at it, you can't rush the amount of Windows updates that'll happen. Because once you install it, it just sits there and updates and restarts and updates and restarts. And it just has to take its time. So, God, what can I eat in here? What can I have for food? I had this idea to eat something and came in here and forgot. The heck was I gonna eat? Oh yeah, chicken fried rice, guys. Did you know I actually have chicken fried rice? And that joke that I would be found face down in a bowl of chicken fried rice actually gave me the idea to get some. So I have some. It's pretty good. I have a corn on the cob as well. And what is this actually? Is this mushrooms? I think I got some mushrooms on a stick. Oh, kebabs. Yeah, chicken fried rice can wait. I'm gonna hit the kebabs. Why does the radio not say anything when I want to stop talking? Oh, whatever. Whatever. I'm just gonna stop talking now. So okay, I'll do a final sign off in a second. Gonna eat at the keyboard, mess around the computer, see if everything's stable. You know, the real culprit might have been Firefox. I mean, checking the event logs. The thing that is consistent right before crashing is Mozilla maintenance service and spyware thing that will send information about your computer to our servers no matter what, even if you just told us not to, has crashed. I wasn't able to blah blah blah. Funny thing was, I had just told my firewall to not let it communicate anymore. Even though I disabled this, optional data sending that's supposed to be optional, it was still doing it, which makes me all kinds of upset. Internet privacy, is supposed to be a thing that exists. And so I just uninstalled that sucker. And we'll see if the computer's a bit more stable now. I was... Okay. I'm trying to monitor the computer, set it up. I'm eating now at the keyboard, and I'm shutting up. For real now. You know what? We can watch the fawn meeting. The one I missed it earlier. We could do that. As that takes no speaking. Yeah, let's do that. This is from much earlier today, but let's watch it.
Good morning. My name is Josh Bischoff, Operations Chief with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4 here on the Fawn incident. We'll start with our operational briefing. We had a very successful day yesterday. We were able to conduct a lot of direct and indirect handline, and we also had two effective firing operations that were able to tie in two critical pieces of line. So we'll go over here to the map. In Branch 1 along the I-5 corridor, we were able to mop up and patrol from Division with Yankee all the way up through Alpha and into Bravo along the power line access road that parallels Interstate 5. We were able to complete all of the hand line with dozer and hand line. We were able to mop up along that section from the quarry up off of Ratcliffe. From Ratcliffe to the quarry, we were able to tie in that direct hand line. And then from the quarry down to Alley Cove, we were able to conduct direct hand line. And last night, we were able to conduct a firing operation that tied that section of line down to the high water line. Along Division Mike, the fire has backed down to the high water line. In Branch 5, down along Bear Mountain Road, we were able to mop up and patrol along Bear Mountain Road. All this hand line has been placed along with dozer line, and the engines and crews are in there mopping up. From Bear Mountain down to Mariners Point, we were able to conduct dozer line, and last night we conducted a firing operation to tie in Bear Mountain Road down to Mariners Point, which was able to give us a little bit of defense for the Silverthorne area to take that out of danger. All this hand line is in, all our firing operations are holding, and today we'll have an aggressive day of mop up and patrol of those areas. Thank you.
Hey, okay, I said I would stop talking, but a lot of people just came in here wondering if the Caldor meeting would be broadcast. Yep, we're gonna look at it, but I'm eating. I'm gonna lose my voice if I don't stop talking. There's really nothing on the radio. Audio is not broken, just not talking. And after this meeting, I'm gonna crawl in bed. So, that's that.
Patrol 41, sir, copy, Sherriff, 1664.
12. The fire is currently at 221,774 acres, or about 346 miles. We are currently holding steady at 76% containment, and we have 1,508 personnel on this incident. So we'll be collecting your questions in the comments section today. If you have a question for our team, please do drop it in the comments section of this video feed, and we will address it at the end of the meeting. Also, if you'd like to submit questions in advance of tomorrow's meeting, you can do so by messaging the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit on Facebook Messenger. We'll be collecting these questions until 3 p.m. tomorrow, and one of our team members will answer them during tomorrow's meeting. So we have updates for you today regarding fire operations, fire behavior, and an important weather advisories as we head into Monday. First up, we have Operations Section Chief Michael Page, who will provide updates on how fire operations have progressed throughout the day. Chief Page.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mike Page, California Incident Management Team 12 Operations. Today, the big news on the fire was the southwest winds. As you will probably hear from our incident meteorologist here in a minute following me, we will continue to see those winds here for the next 24 to 48 hours through tomorrow night into Tuesday morning. And so as we continue to see those winds, you all will continue to see an increase in smoke production throughout the entire fire. You guys will see an increase in heat signatures that'll be visible from the highways and the populated areas. So as folks continue to drive the Highway 50 and the Highway 88 corridors, we expect that you guys will see more glows on the hill, if you will, especially at nighttime. So as the wind comes in, it blows some of the ash around. It will expose some of those heat signatures. You guys will, it'll make that stuff a lot more visible to the public and to the folks in the area. So we do expect to see an uptick in service calls to the incident, which is great news again for us. We look forward to having more and more sets of eyes out there, and the more the public can help us by identifying some of those concerns to us so that we can get out there and promptly respond to those things. So again, the southwest winds did affect the entire fire area today. Our primary focus is we're in a few different parts of the fire. The first part's going to be up here in Division India Mike. We still have crews and aerial assets, bucket helicopter ships dropping water on a lot of this heat that you see here on the map. We did also provide some aerial support, suppression support to the Smith Fire, which is just north of the Caldor fire in this area right here. There has been a lot of calls and concerns about echo lakes and specifically the cabins in that area. And so again, just like the rest of the fire, with these winds, you guys will see an increase in interior heats and smokes, specifically south of the Echo Lake cabin tracks in there. So definitely understand the concern in there. Please trust that we do have and will continue to have a strong presence with our forces in there, and that we do not want to see the work that has gone into securing this whole area go to waste. And so we will continue to have folks patrolling and mopping up as appropriate throughout that entire area. That is a big priority of ours. As we come around here into the Trimmer Peak area, again, this whole piece of the fire here east of Highway 89 in the Christmas Valley, it remains a high priority of ours. We do continue to send folks out to continue to patrol and mop up. They're really utilizing the infrared products that they're getting from our aircraft. So we have aircraft fly the fire numerous times throughout the day. It's more effective at nighttime typically, but what we do is those aircraft are able to produce a map for us with lat and long coordinates that we can send to our firefighters, and they'll get out there and they will hunt those things down and do their best to locate and mop that stuff up. So again, this is a tactic we're using very heavily in this whole area, Heavenly Valley down through Christmas Valley in the Highway 89 corridor here. Another primary focus of our efforts today was Division Quebec. This whole piece of red line right here, including the area between drop point 69 and 73, which is where we conducted the firing operation a couple of days ago. Again, this continues to be an area where we are focusing heavily to ensure that that we're mitigating everything we can to prevent the fire from continuing to make any movement to the east. So we've talked in the last couple of days about spotting, spot fires, and you'll hear terms like torching. And again, one of the biggest challenges to the firefighters in regards to containment on this fire is fire getting established from the ground. It gets into what we call ladder fuels, which are branches and low-hanging fuels that allow access for the fire to go from the ground up into the tree, and it allows for the tree to torch out, and that's where you guys see the big dark columns of smoke, and that will throw, that's what we're really concerned about. That will get up into the wind, and it will throw hot embers on the other side of the line that we don't want them, and that's where we really, again, are focusing a lot of our efforts today with the southwest winds, which are going to come from here and really want to push the fire this direction. That's a big focus of ours, having folks out there to deal with any spots that we see. We're utilizing the infrared aircraft today to help us out with that, and so we're doing everything possible in this area and throughout most of the fire really to address those concerns. The other part down here, the other part of the fire that we were focusing on down here between Caples and Kirkwood, not a lot of concerns that the fire is going to come out of there and make a run, but really just concerned with that spotting that I just talked about. Again, the fire getting up in those trees and it's producing embers that could spot potentially across the line. So our folks out there are doing a really a heck of a job. They're being safe. We've talked a lot about snags over the last few days. This is something that we will continue to see an issue with just due to the fact that this fire burned primarily in timber. And so a lot of safety hazards to mitigate. Our folks are doing an incredible job out there, and we will stay vigilant. The rest of the fire, again, like I've talked about or I mentioned already, but you guys will continue to see heat along the Highway 50 and Highway 88 corridors, and we will have folks out there ready to respond to anything that you guys, anything you guys call in and see as a threat. And so that's the end of the report. I will be around if you guys have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Page, for those updates to the good folks tuning in from home. Next up, we have incident meteorologist Sean Palmquist, who is going to provide some important updates regarding an incoming weather front that Chief Page mentioned. Mr. Palmquist.
Hi everyone, Sean Palmquist. I'm one of the incident meteorologists here on the Caldor fire. So today was kind of a transition day for us. And we're transitioning from relatively tranquil weather the past couple of days to more active weather moving forward. We have a weather system that's approaching the west coast today, and that has brought slightly cooler temperatures, but also increasing southwest winds. We've seen southwest winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour. 20 to 30 miles per hour over the fire so far today. And as we go into tonight, as that weather system starts to get closer to the west coast, we'll see those winds continuing overnight. And this just kind of sets the stage for Monday. As that weather system moves onshore, we're expecting those southwest winds to increase even further. By tomorrow afternoon, we're looking at southwest winds anywhere from 30 to 45 miles per hour, and that increases even more Monday night as that system moves onshore and starts to approach the fire. Monday night, we're looking at southwest winds potentially gusting up to 40 to 50 miles per hour, maybe even up to 60 over the highest ridges. Now, this is all ahead of a cold front that's associated with that weather system. As that cold front comes through Monday night, it will be bringing us increased relative humidity. So that's along with those stronger winds. So that's a little of a, bit of a better thing. However, as that system comes through, we could see a few rain showers. At this time, it's looking like those will be pretty light, with the best rainfall potential generally north of Interstate 80. Behind that front, it'll passage sometime early Tuesday morning. We're expecting those winds to decrease very quickly, and we're looking at much cooler temperatures and conditions for Tuesday with a lot lighter winds. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmquist, for those weather updates. It sounds like folks at home need to remain vigilant about some of those changes in weather that we're experiencing. Last up, we have Incident Commander Michael Nobles. He's going to provide remarks to close out this portion of the meeting.
Good evening, community. Once again, we come before you letting you know that we have another day of good success while keeping the Caldor fire in its current footprint. Although we also have some critical fire weather in front of us that's going to challenge our efforts. Like Chief Page has said, we have people out there diligently working on mopping up and securing the fire lines, particularly in Division Q and Division R and in Division Ida and Mike around the Myers, Highway 88 and Echo Lakes area. So and that's going to continue on throughout the duration of the incident until all that line is black. The other thing that we've entered into conversations with is with our CAL FIRE partners. Our CAL FIRE partners still have a contingent of resources that are available, and they'll be in a tactical patrol here, not only in the basin, but also down on the Placerville side. So we're also coordinating an alternate strategy just in case we get one of those spot fires that Chief Page talked about. And then a tertiary plan that we're going to be entering into conversations with here in the next 12 hours or so is trying to reach out to the Tahoe regional chiefs to see what a regional response would look like. And so we're really trying to build a tiered response in terms of making sure we're not taking anything for granted, and also making sure that we're looking out and we're postured for a new initial attack fire as well. That has recently been happening, down with the Rubicon fire. So I just tell you that we're diligent with our planning, we're diligent with our preparedness. We have our weather forecasters working almost 24 hours a day trying to give us the latest and greatest, and we have all our firefighters either engaged or pre-positioned to be engaged in an emergency. So with that, we really appreciate your support, and we will talk to you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Chief Nobles. That concludes the formal section of our meeting. We're going to move now into question and answer. The good folks at home have submitted their questions in the comments section, and we have members of our team ready to answer those questions. First up, we have Chief Page.
Good afternoon again, Mike Page. A couple detailed, specific questions, great questions. The first one being, what is the status of the Rubicon fire? The Rubicon fire started, I believe it was yesterday morning, on the Rubicon River in a previous burn scar. The status of that fire is it's just a little over 7 acres. The forward rate of spread has been stopped. Crews continue to work on that, mopping up and patrolling, same as very similar to what we're seeing over here. That fire will continue to be staffed until it is out. And that fire, again, I think we talked about it the other day. Great coordination, great teamwork between multiple different agencies to contain that thing, and in coordination with the response that we were able to send from here to go help them out, specifically with aircraft and crews. And so we continue to maintain our vigilance, just like Incident Commander Nobles talked about. We want to make sure that we're not only supporting just the Caldor fire, but anything else that could pop up that could cause any problems. So again, we stay ready to react to anything new. And great question, thank you. The second question was specific to Division Oscar Papa in the Trimmer Peak area. It sounds like folks were seeing an increase in smoke. Brown smoke is what the question was referring to in the Trimmer Peak area. There is no new activity up there. Again, after yesterday's shift, things are looking much better. Referring to the infrared products that we're seeing. And so I think today what you're seeing is probably a combination of smoke and dust and ash being blown around up there. But we will remain vigilant. We will continue to patrol that area. And if you guys see anything out there that looks concerning, please let us know and we will react to that. And the third and final question I have is specific to aircraft. And so, as I'm sure most of you guys are aware of, we have a lot of different tools at our disposal in regards to aircraft, right? We have helicopters, fixed wing, a big one, a big question we get asked a lot is about super scoopers. We have different types that we have the drone aircraft, right, which provide us with a completely separate set of tools. And so, depending on the circumstance, is really going to depend on what type of aircraft we're using. Super scoopers, fixed wing aircraft that drop retardant, those are going to be a very useful tool when the fire is moving, and we want to try to get some retardant out in front of that to slow it down, slow the movement down, so we can get crews in there to work. The big Type 1 helicopters that you're looking at, right? Whether you see a Chinook or a Black Hawk helicopter, those big heavy lifting helicopters, those guys are they're bringing in big buckets full of retardant, very similar to what you're seeing dropped out of the fixed wing aircraft. And they're able to pinpoint and be very accurate and surgical with those drops to really get it exactly where we need it. And so, depending on the type of fire activity that we're seeing, is really going to dictate what type of aerial asset that we ask for. Same thing, the difference between utilizing an engine crew or a hotshot crew or a hand crew. We have a multitude of different tools in the toolbox, and we just want to make sure we use the right tool for the right job. A big part of it also is safety. And so we don't want to take undue risk. Flying aircraft is very risky to the pilots. There is a risk component to the firefighters on the ground as well. And so as much as I would love to fill the sky with dozens of helicopters and air tankers and just smash this thing out and into oblivion, right? There is a right way based off of risk management, and we are very tactful and very diligent in how we apply those risk management tools to our decision making, right? And so, looks like I have one more question. I think this is asking if crews are in Echo Lake area specific. Yes, we do have crews in Echo Lake. They are patrolling again, and they will continue to do that. That is, again, one of the priorities for us up there is to make sure that we are not only patrolling it from the ground, but also aerial resources. Just before I came into this meeting, I was looking at an infrared video that one of our aircraft was able to download and share with us, which again really pinpoints and denotes exactly where a lot of those heat signatures are. And so we are actively engaged in the work and any risk or hazards that are up there in the Echo Lakes area. So that's all I have. Thank you guys very much. Have a great night.
Thanks again, Chief Page, for answering those questions coming in from our viewers. A final reminder to folks, public safety announcement. We're closing out the weekend here. Please keep safety in mind when moving about town. This is particularly important on Highway 50 and Highway 88, as there are fire personnel, utility crews, EMS, and contract crews out working in and around these corridors. Again, please drive slowly and just exercise a little bit of extra caution as we close out the weekend. All right, so this concludes the English portion of our meeting. We have Adeline Negrete is here to provide a summary for our Spanish-speaking audience. For the rest of you, we will see you here again tomorrow on Facebook Live. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Adelina Negrete y estoy aquí para darles un breve del incendio. Todavía seguimos a 222,700.
She's pretty cool. All I got out of that was incendiary. I'll have to learn Spanish. I just wanted to comment before signing off here that they look super nervous. And, I mean, they rightfully should be, but I would have liked the more elaborate kind of, kind of meeting that we get, like explaining the Windy and the K&P, where they just go out and say, hey, this community is in danger at this point in time because of this, but here's our plan. They never really say that with the CAL FIRE type things. So I think there's been a whole lot of community anger, much more so on the Caldor and the Dixie, based on that communication style. That is, well, not as good at answering the questions and just telling people what they want to know as say the Forest Service or the what we've seen on the KNP or the Windy. It's not really their fault. I mean, we've learned that Cal Fire can't say anything to the public that's not run through somebody in Sacramento first, and that could be a 3 to 4 hour delay. So anything they know about is like anything that they can say is 4 hours ago, and sometimes they just kind of give up on saying it because they know that it's irrelevant and old, and they end up just kind of saying things like, when is Christmas Valley, for example, the other day, when is Christmas Valley evacuation watch going to be lifted? And she's like, as soon as it's safe. And it's like, okay, what threatens it? But that wasn't mentioned. So that kind of stuff alarms the public more than just telling them that's straight dope. But if you want to know the straight, what's going on.
Typically, but what we do is those aircraft are able to produce a map.
Excuse me, I want to go back and just explain that basically the southwest winds they're picking up to this afternoon. They're going through the night. They're going through tomorrow. It's a red flag situation. Even 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. So there's still fire here. Basically to the southwest of Tahoe, and the southwest winds are going to blow to the northeast. So everything that is northeast of any red spot on the map is where the fire is going to try to go. It could try to push due east a couple of places, but that's what's going to be difficult, and that's what they're kind of frankly battling about. That there is still fire up by Echo Lakes that still could, in theory, maybe blow embers down into the basin. Christmas Valley is what is due northeast of the whole Caples thing, and so is the eastern plateau, area where Seattle Tahoe's at. And then, the Desolation Wilderness is that major speed bump, and so everything northeast of Forney, I don't know, is of particular concern, but is in danger. I mean, I'm talking about, danger to Tahoe. So they said, we don't want to lose all the gains that we made, and that should have made everybody sit up. And, he's talking about fires blowing well past containment lines. That would be the only thing that would, quote, negate all the gains that they've made. And so we now kind of worry with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's probably one of the few things that could push embers all the way over towards Alpine County, and due east past 88 and to the area just north of where the Tamarack scar ended, which is kind of primed and ready to burn. So the likeliness of that is somewhat low, but it's possible. The fact that there's higher humidity means that the embers and such won't be as active for as long, and the fuels won't be quite as receptive. And same thing with the colder weather. However, we're not going to get any rain that matters if the forecast is correct. Long range spotting is a big factor here. It is not within the realm of possibility that it really goes places northeast and east of their lines. When he's talking about trimmer that's over by Heavenly ski area, the Trimmer Peak area is where it tried to get to Nevada, and so there's still smoke coming from it. And he said we're on top of it. We're trying to look to see if there actually is heat. And so if you want to look at the flare cams there, that would be the best place to look. Fires can kind of sleep in stumps and underneath where they can see, and they can be in root systems and underneath logs and stuff. And so it takes his high wind gusts to kind of fan it back up. So he was talking about being very vigilant about that. So at his last meeting, I'm going to be staying awake for. We know at 6 or 6:30 is a windy meeting. In fact, I think I have it under my whatever this is for, like setting up something to watch. But I'm exhausted and my voice is kind of breaking, so I need to get as much sleep as I can in front of this big red flag type event. So I'm going down for the count. My mods are here to help you out with any info you may need. They're totally awesome, and they're volunteering for the public their time. They could be watching the game, but they're here ready to hook people up with information while I am asleep, and then we trade off. So thank you, mods, so much. I think you guys deserve a huge round of applause and lots of appreciation. I am a mortal recovering from the flu who needs to sleep, and this is day 75 of my stream. I've been at this for about average of 14 hours a day, sometimes 2 days in a row. Speaking, and my throat's just absolutely slaughtered, so it's time that I go and rest and be with you guys when I wake. So it probably will be tomorrow at 7, possibly. I'll probably be waking up before then, but I may take the computer down for maintenance because it's been on the fritz. So we'll just see. When I wake up, I'll check on things, and we'll see what tomorrow brings. The Tobias Peak camera may die tonight. It almost died last night. It was pretty insane. Watch the last broadcast I had, and just start from the beginning, and just be like, you'll see. Holy crap! How crazy that fire was. The windy hitting Tobias Peak. It's very concerning that they're going to have wind too. Maybe not as bad as Tahoe, but wow. The best fire that's looking good right now is really the new circle fire that's down at Wagner Valley by Stanislaus National Forest. That's looking good, and so is what's going on at Shasta. The fawn fire is looking better. Even the Dixie could have some crazy flare-ups, and maybe some stuff will go on by Genesee. We'll see. We'll just have to wait. So with that, good night, guys, and I'm hoping. Thank you, guys. Thank you for holding down the fort. Yeah, if you have questions, we have real firefighters and real experts and real fire-educated people in chat. They'll hook you up with what you need to know. They'll link you to evacuation maps, anything you need. The link in the description of this video has as much as I could cram in there for fire info. So I've set it up with the camera guide. I'm turning back on the radio. There will be really long periods of silence because there's almost nothing coming out of Tulare, but what we're hearing is Tulare radio, Tulare County. And bottom center cameras are Tobias Peak. If the wind shifts back, we don't know if it will. This Tobias Peak lookout could still bite the dust. It's used up one of its 9 lives. We were really astonished that it survived last night's onslaught. Really, if you didn't see my broadcast, this last one, go back and watch that. At least you can fast forward to the good parts. Holy mackerel. That was nuts. So, with that, I will go get my rest, and here's the cams, there's the radio. The mods will help you, especially if something new happens. And with that, guys, big hugs. Love you all. Stay safe. Hit that like button. If you hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell, you'll know whenever I go live. And one day we're going to do a big fundraiser.
3-4 radio check.
Good night.
Medical Aid Company 131, Springfield between Justine and Pecan. Unresponsive person 990 East Springfield, apartment 105, timeout 1728.
Cancel 125.
Patrol 7, 1730. Water Tenor 25, cancel, Water Tenor 25. Water Tenor 25, 1731. Copy 513. Have a good night.
7 available.
Control 7, 707. Area 15, medical aid 1794 East First. Company 15, Station 11, medical aid 1794 East First, across the foothills. Company 15, Station 11, medical aid for a fall from a horse, 1794 East First, across the foothills. Timeout 1739. Station 11, cancel. Station 11.
One clear.
1742.
Yeah, from Old State. Really, after picking up the dozers at that intersection, the next intersection of Pumpkin Killer.
Patrol 33 in quarters.
Portable copies. 1749.
night. Bell Department, good night.
Center 25 and quarters. Center 25, 1750. Tones, disregard tones. Positive Q.
Shasta in the area be advised of alert zone. Here with evening staffing. Engine 11.
Here is 11 out of 4.
Here copy. Water tender 21.
Let's see here, water tender 21 and patrol 13 out of service.
Here copy. Volume 12.
Fresno, Squadron 31 available.
Quarter 1755. Here copy. 353.
353 will be out of service.
Here copy.
Engine 32 out of service.
Here copy. Patrol 31. Engine 343.
Here, engine 343 out of service.
Here copy.
Here, LUR engine Navy 160 will be on till 1900 and Mayor will be on call.
Here copy. Until 1900. Mayor on call.
Squadron 31 back in quarters.
Black Rock out of service.
Here copy.
20 quarters.
Signal. Here copy. This concludes evening staffing. Time check 1758. KMET, sir.
Fresno 4 is returning tanker base.
Here copy. Fresno 4 returning tanker base 1759.
you guys are going to have a need for the copter at all? I think it's only got two left. I think we went there. Okay, just let me know.
All stations, clearing and be advised, the dispatch level is medium. Ignition cone grass equipment is 20, spray mode 16, the burn index is 27. Ignition cone brush is 17, spray mode 49, the burn index is 123. Ignition cone timber is 10, spray mode 2, the burn index is 27. Observations at Milo, temperature 80 degrees, relative humidity 35%, wind speed 3 miles per hour, wind direction west. Midshade quarter, temperature 70 degrees, relative humidity 47%, wind speed 3 miles per hour, wind direction southwest. At Mountain Home, temperature 60 degrees, relative humidity 58%, wind speed 1 mile per hour, wind direction southeast, KXC 35 at 1811.
timeout 1829. Medical aid, engine 90, Chateau Fresno between Harlan and Mount Whitney. No person, not alert. 20548 South Chateau Fresno, timeout 1830.
No medic engine 111.
Engine 111, switch to District 2.
I'll get you once this stops over.
dispatch number 94317 available. Dispatch number 94317 available.
94317 available.
Battalion 7, place a call to Division 3 cell phone. Battalion 7, place a call to Division 3 cell phone. India 519 1838. Reports of a heard explosion, 19755 Avenue 168. Reports of an explosion heard, no smoke or flame seen, north of 19755 Avenue 168, cross of Road 204, Station 19. Reports of an explosion heard, no smoke or flame seen, north of 19755 Avenue 168, cross of Road 204, timeout 1840.
Fire, call Menu 19 responding.
41.
I-5 crossing Manning. Trailer on fire. I-5 off-ramp at Manning, timeout, 1843.
Mention 19's in the area. 7.
Sierra, Fresno 4 is back in quarters, out of service.
Sierra copies. Fresno 4 back in quarters, out of service, 1849.
Liner 1. Liner 1's at route station 20, not available.
49.
Ninety-five available. Sean Stag.
Sierra LUR 8160 is out of service. Mayor is on call.
Sierra copies. 8160 out of service. Mayor on call, 1852.
Sierra Battalion 12 is in quarters, out of service.
Sierra copies. Battalion 12 in quarters, out of service, 1852.
83 Medical Aid 755 West Rita. Station 83 Medical Aid for seizures 755 West Rita, cross of Stephen. Station 83 Medical Aid for seizures 755 West Rita, cross of Stephen. Timeout 1857.
Engine 90 used between Rose and Nebraska. Cardiac arrest 11836 South Hughes. Timeout 1858.
Great, you're responding.
183 1859.
All units here is out of service for the evening. Dispatcher on call available to the answering service. Time check 1900 KMET 6.
Engine 19, up search the area, ETL available.
Net 1903.
With Farmersville PD.
Quad 83 1903.
to 19th and quarters. Engine 19, they're on area 20.
Engine 19, 1919.
Medical aid, Company 71, Engine 83, Mendocino, cross van, fall victim, in front of 8641 South Mendocino, timeout 1920.
Star and CT, Squad 83 available.
Squad 83, 1925. 1931.
Caldor, report maker night.
9, return to quarters.
Squad 83, 1943.
events involved engine 171. One medic unit, Patricia, Crosswalk Roosevelt. Traumatic injury, holdback scene is not secure. 556 Patricia, 10 out 1948.
Area 11, medical aid 127 North Orange. Station 11, medical aid for a fall, not alert, 127 North Orange, cross of Pine. Station 11, medical aid for a fall, not alert, 127 North Orange, cross of Pine. Time out 1954. Control 11, 1955. Eleven, 1956.
Either one returning to station 1, available.
2002.
Blade engine 95 Calusa between Manning and Karen. Difficulty breathing 9060 South Calusa. Timeout 2006.
debris fire on Avenue 408 between Road 140 and Road 144. Station 4, debris fire on Avenue 408 between Road 140 and Road 144. Station 4, debris fire on Avenue 408 between Road 140 and Road 144. Timeout 2007. For 2009.
Fire, not mention 19 stuck in area 19.
To 11, the patient's been returned to her residence. To 11's available. No transport by EMS.
11, 2011. For 2012.
Available, Sean check. Quarters.
Metro 11, 2014.
No. 71 in quarters.
171 in quarters, 2015.
Com engine 19s in quarters.
2016. 4/2019.
Got it.
Engine 4 available quarters. Engine 4, 2023.
Okay, 16-4. 50 Davis Street on Good Slope Road. Yeah, not better than do this if that's up, buddy. Just big enough to pick you guys up, bring you back down here, and reset to the top. So, that's a game time for the next.
Tower 1, 2035. Area 15, medical aid 21531, Avenue 245. Station 11, medical aid 21531, Avenue 245, cross the road 216. Station 11, medical aid, possible stroke 21531, Avenue 245, cross the road 216, timeout 2051.
Control 11 responding.
Then 2051.
Patrol 11 was en route to an animal complaint at the time of the dispatch for priority medical. Can you see if Exeter PD has a unit available to respond to 370 South Orange for a possible wild animal in the residence or by the residents?
Patrol 11, that's from 2053.
Additionally, being reported as possibly a porcupine or a small badger.
debris fire underneath bridge on road 124 and Avenue 408. Station for debris fire underneath bridge on road 124 and Avenue 408. Station 4 debris fire underneath bridge on road 124 and Avenue 408. Timeout 2056. For 2058. 11-2102. Area 8, medical aid, half-mile north of St. Johns River. Station 8, medical aid, man down, road 132, south of Avenue 320, scene is not secure. Station 8, medical aid, man down, road 132, south of Avenue 320, scene is not secure. Timeout 2103.
Engine 4. Car Engine 4, can you divert Engine 8 with 2-0 staffing to my location? This is going to be an underground residence on fire, unknown if possible rescue.
Affirmative 2104. Just confirm me. Engine 4, just confirm me. You're only requesting engine 208, or would you like a full structure response started?
Engine 4, just engine 208 with 2-0 staffing. They'll be under the bridge. It's an underground residence dug into the ground. Known homeless encampment. It appears it's fully involved.
Engine 4, 2105. Stand by just one.
.208's responding. I copied forest traffic. What was their location?
Engine 208 is going to be on road 124 and Avenue 408 underneath the bridge.
Copy.
Engine 208, 2105.
Medical aid engine 96, 5th cross of Marie, unknown problem, staging required, 5th cross of Marie, timeout 2106.
I'm confirming Avenue 80 and Road 258. 2107.
Engine 221, can you confirm you want a full response for that, or you're self-sufficient?
Self will be sufficient for now.
Copy 2107.
Medical aid, man down on road 132 south of Avenue 320. Scene is not secure. Station 7, medical aid, man down. Road 132 south of Avenue 320. Scene is not secure. Timeout 2108.
Available.
11-2109.
More is available.
Present copy.
Squad 87 is available. Medina.
PD handled that prior traffic on Orange. Nice.
Medic 735, we're responding to traffic on Road 124 and Avenue Far Away.
735, 2110.
Patrol 7 responding. Can you repeat address?
Patrol 7 is going to be Road 132 south of Avenue 320.
Patrol 7 copies. Staging will be Road 132 in Perry.
7-2111. staging Road 132 and Perry. Patrol 7 staging Road 132 and Perry. 2112. Fire call. Engine 4 per TCAT air ambulance has been started. No ETA. Engine 4, 2112.
Coming for fire has been extinguished. We do not have an all clear at this time. Negative on an all clear.
42114.
Responding to the Caldor incident.
92114.
735.
Medical aid engine 171, 1 medic unit, hold between Pine and Hatchman, difficulty breathing, 560 East, hold, timeout 2119.
Cancel engine 208, break battalion 9. Did you copy? All traffic.
Battalion 9 copies. I'm continuing.
292119.
Fire com engine 221. This is going to be just south of Avenue 80. In the north, it's going to be a confirmed vehicle fire.
Engine 221, 2120. Copy that, easy cancel.
Arcon engine 208 copies. We're going to head to the original medical aid stage at 328 and 132. Control 11 and quarters.
Control 11, 2120. Patrol 7, engine 208, cancel. Patrol 7.
7 available.
208.
Engine 208 available.
208, 2121.
Area 7, traffic accident, Betty and American. Firecom, can you advise your location?
Engine 208 at Avenue 384 and Road 136.
Copy, 922. Traffic accident, 2 vehicles, 1 vehicle on fire, Betty, west of American. Patrol 7, Station 2, traffic accident, 2 vehicles involved, 1 vehicle on fire, on Betty, west of American. Timeout 2122.
Responding from Area 3.
Engine 2, 2123. Patrol 7, 2123. Just information, we are starting 1 unit from Visalia City as well. First unit at scene will be Betty, ICD Fire 24 for EVAC 24.
8636 level.
Nine 2129.
Control 7's at scene with Vice City at scene. I have two vehicles off the roadway, partial road blockage, one vehicle fully involved. It appears to be three patients. Start me a second ambulance.
Copy. Patrol 7, 2129.
Betty, I see. Engine 2, upon your arrival, take the patient to the east.
Engine 2.
Engine 2, just confirming copy 7's traffic to take the patient to the east.
Affirmative, copy 7.
130. 2133. Engine 22134.
Fire coming, engine 208 3 quarters.
208 2134.
I'm engine 221 available.
2134.
Vehicle on fire.
Copy, Betty. I see confirming all clear on the vehicle fire.
Confirm. One patient in that vehicle was removed.
Copy, 2135.
Firecom Battalion 9 is available.
Battalion 9 2137.
171 1/4.
171 1/4, 2138.
Aircom?
Will be committed for approximately 15 minutes for equipment. Additional information, you'll continue to have steam and possibly some light smoke rolling up from under the bridge, probably throughout the night. A lot of heat taken into the concrete.
2143.
Betty IC. Betty IC, truck 55 has been released. Engine 2 will be available at scene.
Betty IC 2153. Truck 55, copy, clearing on county incident 10724, 10724.
Medical aid engine 4373, company 65, Creekside between off the Butterfly. Fall victim 46918, Creekside, timeout 2205. Returning to quarters 2205.
EIC 2205.
Released by Betty IC. Returning to Area 3.
Into 2207.
Bravo 4373 responding.
Responding medical aid for a fall victim, now unresponsive, 46918 Creekside on incident 15533.
Patrol 7, 2210.
And 4373 Fresno.
Go ahead, 4373.
Engine 4373. Per the resident, you'll need to access the residence from the back of the house. There's going to be 2 dogs tied up in the front where you'll need to go around them.
Engine 4373 copies.
2212.
Sounds like a plan. You want me to start engine with the guys? Hey, you remember how to drive a bus?
Up to 4373 at scene.
4373 at scene 2220.
910-4, 2230. 2235.
Available on radio, returning to quarters. Yeah, returning to quarters.
50 Fresno, copy, sure, returning 2250.
Two available in quarters.
way down just to this bus. Make my way down here.
Dorado to 4373 available. Rig.
4373, Sherry, turning into quarters 2300.
Too far, brother. 73 and quarters.
43, 73 and quarters, 2312.
Training, 70 Golf, C, copy. Yeah, I'm trying to find out what compartment's open right now. Hey, I was trying to hear traffic. What is it? I'm with Dozer Boss right now, and we figured out the open compartment, and we're at the safety zone heading your way. Yep, we put a stick there and 6 now. Okay, what did the 78 trainee, he was trying to relay something to me. Was that it? Besides, I needed help? Okay, did he tie you with division at all? Okay, you go ahead. You got better, I'll follow your lights down.
11, Station 13, grass fire, westbound Highway 198 and Road 180. Station 11, Station 13, grass fire, westbound Highway 198 and Road 180. Timeout 2344. Station 8, Station 83, grass fire, Road 164 and Avenue 296. Station 1, Station 8, Station 83, grass fire, Road 164 and Avenue 296. Timeout 2346.
Light engine 89 Chestnut between Jefferson and Lincoln. Difficulty breathing 5665 South Chestnut. Space number 24. Timeout 2347.
Firecom, engine 213 responding.
Engine 213, 2348.
Firecom 23 responding with 2.
Going to be north of Highway 198. $23.48.
Responding.
208, 2349.
Firecom, engine 201 responding.
Engine 201, 2349.
Star 11.
11, per the RP, they were able to put some of the fire out on the grass, but there are still some fire on the trees.
Copy.
11, 2350. Confirm your response.
Fire copy, engine 213 was firing right directly after engine 11.
213, 2350.
And confirm Road 180 and Highway 198.
RP stated it's westbound Highway 198 right in front of the Road 180 sign.
Yeah, I'm in the area.
11, 2352.
On scene, Road 164, cross of Avenue 296 of a small grass fire, 50 by 50, light plastic fuel, low rate of spread, no exposures. I'll be out extinguishing.
83, 2353.
Handle. Continue 1 unit to my location for a report. Additionally, let's continue 11 to Road 180 to verify there is a second fire at that location.
made my way to Farmersville Boulevard now. I'm going to go ahead and turn around and head back east. There was light smoke in the area near Road 180, but I didn't confirm an actual fire. I'll go back and reinvestigate.
Five. 208 Firecom.
Firecom, engine 208, copied 83's traffic. We're continuing it. Code different.
Engine 208, 2355. Engine 201.
Firecom engine 201 copies canceled, available.
201, 2356.
Patrol 11 on command.
Engine 213.
1311. I'm headed back your way from Farmersville Boulevard. I got a light smoke in the area when I crossed west of Road 180. If you haven't made it through there yet, investigate the area as you come through. I didn't see any visuals, but I had a little smoke hanging in the area.
It's 213 copies. I'm coming up to the area now.
Firecom 23, fire extinguished, 5-minute mop-up.
It's available to return.
Engine 208, 2358.
And I do have confirmation on a second small fire. Myself and 213 are making our way to it now.
211, 2359.
Firecom, engine 213 on scene. Got a small roadside spot, approximately 2 by 2.
213, 2359.
engine 201 in quarters.
Engine 201, midnight 06.
Firecom, engine 213, fire contained. Engine 213 in patrol.
Engine 213, midnight 10.
Mop up to please, advisory adjustment.
Midnight 11.
Order.
208, midnight 13.
Starcom, engine 213 at quarters.
Engine 213, minute 25.
Control 11 in course.
Control 11, midnight 27.
Priority 3. Additionally, can that report be forwarded to the on-duty officer?
Sent already.
4316, engine 95, engine 94, water tender 96. 2 Merced engines requested along with company 150, Russell, cross of Althea, trailer on fire, 12167 North Russell, timeout midnight 46. Getting on 10-2. Structure Fire Battalion 4316, engine 95, engine 94, water tender 96. 2 engines at Merced and company 150, Russell, cross of Althea, trailer on fire, 12167 North Russell, timeout midnight 46.
backing out from one of the roads. You guys get towards south.
171 Pacific, cross of Coalinga, left assist 500 Pacific Street, apartment number 152, time out midnight 54.
aid 7381 Ashworth Avenue. Medical aid, difficulty breathing, 7381 Ashworth Avenue, cross of Cottontail, Station 7, medical aid, difficulty breathing, 7381 Ashworth, cross of Cottontail, timeout 0103.
Control 7 responding.
Control 7, information, patient may possibly be under the influence. Control 7, 0106.
Westchester, copy 0108. Patrol 7, fire come. Patrol 7, information per TCAD, they're now advising their unit to stage.
Copies. I'll be staging as well as on Avenue 308 and Eagle.
Control 70110. Area 13, medical aid 33449, road 220. Station 13, Station 86, medical aid, gunshot wound, 33449, road 220, cross of Avenue 344, scene is not secure. Station 13, Station 86, medical aid, gunshot wound, 33449, road 220, cross of Avenue 344, scene is not secure. Timeout 0111. Patrol 7, staging Avenue 308 and Eagle. Patrol 7, staging Avenue 308 and Eagle 0111.
Patrol 7 and staging.
Patrol 7, 0111.
US 71 and quarters.
Then 171 and quarters, 0113.
I'm Engine 213 responding. Station B at 340 and road 222.
213-0114.
Responding, I copy the staging.
Engine 86-0115. Engine 213 and engine 286 staging Avenue 340 and road 222, engine 213 and engine 286 staging Avenue 340 and road 222, 0115.
Or just the incident? Chief 150 present. Please incident number 15536.
Engine 286, 0121.
Sir, 121.
Fire coverage, 213 at staging.
Engine 213, 0123. 7, Firefighters. Central 7 for TCSO, scene is secure.
Copy, rolling in.
70132.
Let's see what's EMS.
Central 70133. 213, engine 286, cancel. Engine 213.
Engine 213 is available.
Engine 286. Engine 286, 0139.
Stand by right now. Stand by, fellas. So you get some stuff going on up here.
Oh, 70142.
They got vehicles coming down. Over to put my head on the ice chest, and I put my feet on my swamper's legs and my back towards the window to get you better.
Six 0144.
Glade engine Station 74, Company 64, Cottontail across the Spreading Oaks. Heart problems, 33477, Cottontail, timeout of 0144.
Central 70147.
Fire, com, engine 213 at quarters.
Engine 213, 0150.
Fresno, T64 responding.
Engine 74, medical aid for heart problem 33477, cotton filling on incident 1553.
So, you ever have one of those days where you sit down and you type, "Hello, friends," and you put on your headset and you put the boom mic down and you start talking on your way to the kitchen, talking about, hello, how are you guys? You prepare some food and then you come back to the keyboard and you realize, okay, master mute button was on. Okay. Whoopsie. Hey, how are you? Yeah, it looks like the Tobias Peak cam. It's in color mode. It says 1:53 a.m., so that's current. Yeah, hey guys. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much, mods, for holding down the fort while I sleep. And Big Al, Smitty, hello. Thank you so much for being there. Oh wow, Lorna, your husband was a child actor. He made 3 movies, was an extra in our gang episode. Oh, that is cool. Yeah. That's awesome. Oh, Smitty fell asleep. Oh, okay. Hello, guys. So let's look at the big picture here. Get it? The big picture. No. Okay, just a warning, guys. I may have to take down the stream here. I probably will for several hours until about maybe about 6 in the morning. So it's like 2. Probably have to go offline for about 4 hours. The computer's in some desperate need of maintenance, and if it's at all quiet right now, I really should get to that. And supposed to do a Skype call with someone overseas in a different hemisphere and time zone. But I'll be back. And let's look at yikes. It's only 2 in the morning, and it looks like it's dawn. That's not dawn, that's the fire. Let's look at Tobias Peak. How are you, Shaz? How is everybody? Okay. So let's first do a Tobias Peak 2. 12-hour time lapse. There's the remains of that shed. Rest in peace. Hey, Big Al. Smitty went to bed. Gave me a crash course in modding. Oh, cool. Yeah, thanks, Shaz, for being here, too. You're big hugs, guys. I love you guys. I got good news, too. Mark is coming back. We cleared up our misunderstanding. He's a good guy. And many of us in the mods are just getting real burned out. I hate that word is fire related, but it's the word, You're hanging in there, Derek? Oh, big hugs. Big hugs. Yeah, I noticed that, Shaz. It's It's good in a way. The smoke blanket moderates the activity. Okay, so yeah, we did see flames a couple times here. Yeah. Trying okay, another thing. It's in black and white mode. Whoa, did you see that flare up? So it's at the base of the hill. I think this is looking south when it looks at the rock like that, because the road is coming up from the south. Which is a little more than a trail. Ugh. You know what we may be seeing is a falling snag at that point. You see how that explosion happens? Right there. That?
President 64 to 60.
P60 flat, change 156.
See how the pieces of flaming debris are going everywhere in large chunks instead of little embers? I think that's what happens when a snag falls down a dead tree that's burning all the way to the heartwood, and then it'll shatter apart and throw flaming debris all over the landscape. That's what is so dang dangerous for firefighters and buildings and such. It's going frame by frame up. Yeah, and then it kind of catches the bushes on fire down there, if I'm interpreting this all correctly. Hey, K-Doc, how are you?
There's no squad 64 responding.
Oh yeah, that's
We're responding medically for heart problems 33477 Cottontail on incident 15538.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was about to reach out to him and have a talk, and he reached out first. Totally awesome. And I'm like, of course, honey, everything's okay. And he thinks he's blocked right now, and I did not block him, so I'm wondering what the heck happened. I gotta go look back at the ban list. But yeah, he's such a super cool guy. Everybody is allowed to freak out. That's my thing I started on day one. This is about the world's most stressful thing to do. To just kind of helplessly watch fire eat the landscape and our homeland and heritage and towns. And we were all under stress. We were all going to freak out every once in a while and get snippy but the best thing to do is just be like, well, I offended you, you offended me, so sorry, mate. And then we go on. And I even recognized I was getting too stressed, and I just went, that's it. I'd better take a breather and just sleep. I think that was the best thing to do. Wow. Whatever that was a huge flash of light. So big it goes into color mode. But yeah, if he comes in here, mate, let him know. I'm writing the email. And he's totally welcome. We'll re-wrench him and get him back in service. So wow. Oh, it is right there at the base of the hill. So that was 10 o'clock. So I'm just fast forwarding here. Here goes the moon. I want to believe in the moon. Where's Amber gone? She's hilarious. That I want to believe in the moon t-shirt idea is totally awesome. But how are you, K-Doc? I'm about to try and... You know what I could do is I could try just shutting off the, maybe I can leave the stream on. We're at 10 hours and 35 minutes. I can leave it on and, thing is, you're not going to hear any volume. I can't have radio on at the same time. Did I make a Skype call? Are you sure you don't want to narrate that? Yeah, look at how bad it got last night. Tobias Peak cam. Well, here's Tobias Peak 1. Uh-oh. What's at the base? Why is there a glow at the base of the hill? Oh my god. Okay. This is the last image. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, this is that multicam view. K-Doc says, I think your plan to take it down for the next few hours is better. The next 48 hours is going to be crazy based on what we are seeing now. Okay, yeah, well, the thing is I can't work on the computer till after my big long Skype call thing anyway. Oh crap. What if the fire's at the base? It's probably just one of those little bushes going on again in the rocks, you know? Oh boy, K-Doctor, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to sleep much. So is everything going okay at Leak Springs and Caldor and that? They should be having winds throughout the entire night. Let's take a look. One. Okay, sorry, I just responded to a text. I'm not woken up yet. Okay, so let's take a look at our multicam. K-Doc says, I would hate that there would be a technical issue and your Skype call starts broadcasting over the live stream. We have no way to notify you. Actually, that's pretty easy to do a hard shutdown of all audio. There's just several mute buttons, but I know what you mean. I would test it and say, hey, can you hear me now? Good. At Verizon. That's great. That looks like that circle fire is either taken care of or out. Do a quick roundup of cams. I've heard of that happening before. Some of the weird accidentally broadcast stream stuff.
There's no squad 64 at scene.
64 at scene, 0204.
Here at Tahoe has activity, but it's all blurry. Okay, here's Lake Springs. Let's do a 12-hour. Hey, Smitty. I'm either going offline or I'm gonna take the audio offline. I think I'll try the audio offline thing, honestly. And I can switch back to it in between the call, you know. It's awkward, this time zone thing. I got to call Australia, you know. And we used to do it like 5 in the morning where I didn't have to wake up in the middle of the night, but I happened to be up in the middle of the night. I might as well. Okay. There's Leak Springs, and that's not as crazy as I thought it would be with all this crazy wind. I mean, you can see the wind kind of whipping around up in there, but do we have a good cam for the Rubicon? We've got on the well, the windy is very, very active just northwest of Baker Point. Here's Tobias Peak. Oh, that's Bullhorn Peak. Yeah, Tobias Peak has got a yellow detection around it, meaning, you know, there was right here between 1 and 6 hours ago. MP has fewer hotspots, and who knows if they're doing any firing ops. It might be a good time for them to do that if it's all smoked in. I don't see much of anything. Wow, it's a gray spot out north of Kirkwood on Caldor. That's a good sign. That means in the last, you know, what, 3 to 6 hours? What's gray again? 6 to 12 hours. Yeah, it's 6 to 12 hours. It was the last time there's a major heat detection. That's going much better than I thought it might be. That's good. K-Doc says Rubicon's very calm right now, according to map. No cams that I'm aware of. Okay. And you know what, guys? I want to do something for you mods. Think about what you might want. I can either send you a gift card or like a pizza or something. It's about high time that I did some sort of a mod appreciation thing. I'm a stress ball sometimes, and even putting up with me in my bad moments is just something that you guys have been doing very, very patiently. I don't know what the etiquette is because I just started streaming relatively, you know, recently. I'll try to figure out what the etiquette for that is. But you guys, figure out if you need anything and let me know. Because, you guys deserve a cheerful, you know, super ice cream or dinner or something fancy, you know. Rubicon, okay, it's Union Valley Reservoir. Over there. Oh, I thought it was closer to 50. Okay, do we have a cam? Yeah. I thought Bunker Hill would be looking directly at it, but it's not really. Bald Mountain El Dorado is not really. What about Saddle Timber 1? They hit that thing with aircraft, as far as I know, and really got it into a good retardant cage, if I'm thinking of the right thing. they knocked down the circle in the Rubicon, not so sure. Okay, yeah, thanks, K-Doc. I don't think we can see it either. Let's go back to Tobias Peak and the whole "it might die soon" thing. Now, here's what I think. Here's what I think. I'm just gonna try the whole Skype call at the same time thing, and I'll just type and say, "Can you guys hear me?" Now, here's the thing: we're at 10 hours and 45 minutes. Somebody says, "I wish I could get everybody my local takeout food. We have a place that still does 2-inch thick pizzas, and that's on a regular crust." You know, at first when most of the mods are from California and Oregon, I figured I'd just go and drive and we'd hang out and have that victory over Fire's pizza party, you know, or just some sort of a party. But now that, you know, so many mods are just elsewhere, you guys could use a little gift card or something. Or maybe I could send you a little friendship bracelet or something, or whatever the tradition is supposed to be. I have this idea that maybe we could make a merchandise thing, you know, what streamers do to promote their own channel and to get their own things started as they do merchandise. But I was thinking, why don't we get some where the you buy the merchandise and it's for the good cause and it's for the fire victims, and then you can have, I'm thinking if it is something like charm bracelets, it's like the Live Strong ones, you know, things like that. And then we could have little charms and such that would say Caldor, Dixie, this and that, and like different colors of them, bronze, gold, and silver, and for the different levels of donation to the fires. And then people could wear that on their neck or on their wrist. Hey, crazy Uncle Jojo, how are you doing? Is the fire still headed for Lake Tahoe or moving away from it? Well, the Caldor, actually, if it gets out of its cage, that little spot by Caples Lake, just north of Caples Lake, that would head straight for Christmas Valley, or to due east of there, which would be, well, kind of like it would try to make its way towards Nevada. And then there's a little spot that might have heat in, that's actually southeast of Tahoe, that could try to go towards Nevada over, that's called Trimmer Peak. So the southwest winds, it's easier to just draw this for you real quick. The southwest winds blow into the northeast. So here's Tahoe. Let me get a better kind of a, maybe you can visualize that a little bit better. This is the lake. I mean, I wish it was blue. This is isn't the lake here? Whoops, the pen stopped working. Excuse me. Let me redo the pen. And K-Doc, I know what you're saying. I will take it down, the stream down for maintenance in a second, and try to do what I can for the new, you know, in the next 48 hours it's going to be crazy, probably. It's going to be probably pretty crazy. Here's the lake. So the southwest winds are blowing that way. So the Nevada border is kind of like that. Or I drew that line pretty wrong, but you get the idea. So the Sierra at Tahoe ski resort thing in Plateau is right up here. This is where Sarah Luna used to live, and her home burned to the ground. She's one of our mods here, and she's one of the people who came in for guidance, and we helped her best we could that day. And then because her mom was at Khyber's, ironically her mom went to Sarah's house to shelter, and then Her mom's house survived and hers didn't, but this is the devastation area of Sierra Tahoe, and the resort is here. So what we're worried about is that down in this area is where the fire currently is. When you see it on Leak Springs camera looking this direction, you know, towards northeast. So the southwest winds are blowing hard, like maybe even 60 miles an hour off of these higher elevations. This is the highest elevation right here, this Sierra Tahoe and this section, this whole section. That's what sees the 60 mile an hour wind gusts, which you might get tomorrow. And so the fire will try to go the same way the wind blows. The hot spots are here. There's a little bit up here by Echo Summit, which could potentially rain embers down to this portion of South Lake Tahoe. This is where the town is, you know, where most of the buildings are. It's a remote possibility. They looked pretty nervous about it. I mean, that's high winds. Can it jump this line right here, this canyon, is anybody's guess. It would either go due east or to northeast like that with the wind. So I'm delighted that we don't even have a good heat detection right now. It's that gray spot. It's that gray spot right there. Even though there's some pretty good winds going right now. If we look at Sierra Tahoe cam, so, you know, the answer basically to your question is it could spread. It really could, but we're just really hoping it won't. This is going to challenge what they've got because it did get out of its little cage. And ran straight for Sierra Tahoe the other day. And we were really surprised. I think they were surprised too. It was just not supposed to be too much of a hard wind day. It was just one of those unlucky moments where bam, an ember found its way over to something else across the lines, and then kapow, it took off. But they had a couple of days to prepare for this. And this is looking almost due north from Sierra Tahoe, I think. This is looking over at a Forney area. Unless the camera changed. Or maybe over by the Echo Lakes. The Echo Lakes would be over to the right, and Tahoe would be over to the right. Since we're looking north, you can see the wind, and look at the vegetation kind of getting agitated. That's a lot less wind than I thought we'd see here. But tomorrow and the next day are today and now it's after midnight, and the next are the major wind days. See how within its own little sections there, that it's kind of getting fierce after 10 p.m. Unfortunately, it's all blurry. Now, here's the good news, though. Even though it is very windy and the embers could travel a long distance, we've seen in minor winds that the Caldor spotted 3 miles. And a piece of a burning stick, you know, flew in the wind 3 miles to the east and lit a new fire. But that was when it was really high temps, relatively, and really low humidity. This is bringing with it at least a little bit more humidity, and the temps are down. And there's also been more of the landscape burned. There's less stuff for it to land into in most of the places. They also have really good in Christmas Valley. I mean, they already saved it once. They already have really good. They raked and burned basically. Oh, that scared me. They raked and burned literally around the structures. I think what they're worried about most is that it would just get and just jump, you know, across this Highway 88 corridor here, which is, they don't have contingency lines much over there. And that it might do a hopscotchy kind of a deal and try to get to Nevada, or just make trouble, you know, make trouble down in here, that it might try to race up to Sierra Tahoe, and this is Christmas Valley right there. But they've done some amazing work the last couple of days to try to prevent that. They did a Hail Mary pass where they tried to complete some hand lines. That's extremely steep, rugged terrain. That's almost mountain climbing. Get your gear on, get your harness. They put hot shot hand crews in there, and then what they did is they burned in front of it to try to make a scorched earth, in other words, right about this area. So, can it pass? It'll try. It'll try to go whichever way the wind blows. Can a long-range spot occur where it does something, excuse me, where's the pen, like that? It's possible. But the one comforting thing is while there is patches of green there, there's a lot of rock. I mean, this is extremely steep terrain. It's so steep and so windblown that soil never has deposited here, not even really since the Ice Age, if I'm correct in my older geology of the area. It's real steep. It's just straight bare granite with punctuated by spots of fire. See, excuse me, spots of green that could catch fire. It's a good speed bump, a lot like the Desolation Wilderness area is in front of Tahoe, where it would take so much time for ember after ember to get to different spots of green and keep moving. It doesn't have a straight up, ladder in most of these situations. That buys them the critical time to get a handle on it. You can see here's here at Tahoe and all the ski runs and such. Echo Lakes up here too. Here's more rocky stuff with the Desolation Wilderness. So could it get down in here? Here's here at Tahoe. Here's the South Lake Tahoe. Could it get in there? Probably, but they've been prepping the landscape a long time now. So, hey Lori, good morning. You know what, guys? Since this is only 11, this is the 11th hour, literally 10 hours and 57 minutes. I am going to take down the stream because I would hate to interrupt my Skype call now. It probably is going to run a little bit more than an hour to try to restart the stream, and that's just kind of awkward. I don't see that the fire is looking at the base of Tobias Peak like I thought it was. It looks like it was probably a bush. It probably just dampened down. I'm going to be back in about 4 or 5 hours. Definitely by 7, unless there's something weird that happens. Remember, I have a Twitter. I am, that's the link in the description. Whenever I have some problem where I can't come back online, I'm going to tweet that. And maybe I'll go back to the comment section of my last video. That was pretty good that you guys were telling my people about that who don't know that I have a Twitter. Thank you, K-Doc, for doing that. I will, whoa, look at that flare up down there. I'm going to monitor this in my second monitor. I'll start preparing my computer for full straight up Windows installation. I don't know that I could pull that off by 7 in the morning. That really may not work, but I can try. I can try. I also have a separate idea where I could set up a second computer and take my first one down completely. It's just the second computer has got a really bad video card, like a really bad video card. But hey, Strange Reverend, I'm so sorry anybody else who's just kind of walked in. I hope that answers your question about Tahoe. We are very worried about it. You should have seen how nervous they were at the 5 o'clock meeting. It was, whoa, nervousness. So, when they were talking to the public, they had faltering voices and a little bit of shakiness and a little bit of a babbling thing going on. Now, that could be stage fright, but they're pretty used to speaking in front of the camera. Now, that is not what I'm saying to freak anybody out, but I'm saying that because when they are a little bit uneasy, we should be very wary and very, not crazy freaked out, but we should be.
Medical aid 31677, road 144.
we should take cues from them. We shouldn't allow that to be to scare us or anything, because I've seen plenty of videos where the officials are really nervous, but things turn out to be better than they even expect. You know, with weather, they're nervous because of the weather forecast.
31677 Road 144, cross of Avenue 320.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, guys. That's not a fire injury thing. That was an assault call. So I just muted the address of what's going on there. So that's Tulare County stuff. So it's really quiet right now. Take down the stream. We'll come back, and it's not going to be good. It's going to be hard today at the Caldor and other fires. I'm just terrified about the wind. I think they have so many more resources available quickly for the northern fires. The one okay. Sorry, my friend's oh crap, I only have half an hour to chat with her now. Okay, so the point is though that the windy is what I'm most super concerned about. They have a lot of people at Tahoe. They have good terrain, like speed bumps in their favor. They've got the ability to day after day launch aircraft. And down at the windy, they oftentimes just don't have that ability because of the smoke being in these valleys. I'm really super concerned about the windy. Oh, hey Havoc, I've just taken the yeah, thanks KDoc. I just started to realize that a lot of people just, even though I say I have a Twitter, they're looking at my comments wondering where the stream is. I wish I could have a permanent message saying like a countdown, stream will return or something like that, but I'm sure I could do that when I figure out how it works. But yeah, thanks Lori. Good to see you again, and I'll come back in several hours after trying to work on the computer. So see you guys a little bit. Thank you so much for holding down the fort. Thanks for being here. If something strange happens, like if something major happens, if Tobias Peak starts burning down, what you can do is please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell, and you'll know whenever I go live. You can also follow me on the Twitter, which is @KWildfires. Thank you so much, everybody who donated. Thank you for keeping me going. And we'll see you in a few hours. Stay safe.